Matthew, what's up, buddy? I forgot my tripod this morning, so I don't have my microphone hooked up, and yeah, so this is gonna be the oak tree we're working on. I'm gonna do 3 cubs climbing a tree, or maybe one on the bottom coming down to the little holler. But we're gonna do 1 cub facing, I guess, towards the camera now. We'll do another one kind of peeking around over this way. So I got a little makeshift jig set up to hold the camera. So not gonna be the most exciting or best camera position, but we're gonna make it work hopefully. Thank you, Vincent. Bye. It is a big old stump. Gonna be a big oak tree. Lorax would be mad. Yeah, probably. Like I said, I forgot my tripod today, so it's gonna be no different than our normal camera work. Let me see. I got my headphone case I'm trying to make do. Hopefully it'll pick it up. There we go.
dude?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing alright. You working on a wood carving here?
Yeah.
That is so sweet. Are you kidding me?
We're just starting.
Yeah, no kidding. What are you gonna make it?
It's gonna be 3 cubs climbing a tree.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Hopefully.
Really? Yeah,
It's a
no
long way to
kidding.
go.
That's funny. Have you like done this before? Is this something you do
It's
often?
different rhythm.
There you go.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I was gonna say. That'd be crazy if you were just trying on a way. Like, you know what? That chair there would be great as a bear statue.
I have a gallery in Severe Wilton.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so cool. How did you get into that?
Man, I started in high school.
Really? Oh, this is called chainsaw, right?
Yeah, chainsaw carving. Yeah. So,
Your favorite type of wood to work on?
softer.
Yeah.
This one's pretty hard, so I'm gonna feel it by the end of the day.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh yeah?
Yeah, we'll have a video of the whole thing. There you go. I'll go in tomorrow. I'll get you some rain there.
You working right?
Yeah, I don't like to do the electrical. A little bit of rain don't scare me.
Do you work on this for like 4 days or is it like a full week process?
Oh, this will be a day or two.
Really?
Yep.
Hey man, that's it. I'll probably still be in the area. I'll have to swing back by and see it when it's done.
You'll see transit. The chainsaw part's gonna be the quickest part.
Yeah, no kidding.
So by the end of today, it'll be like the basic shapes are there.
Okay.
The detailing is what takes the longest. But we're planning by the end of tomorrow for sure.
You ever do this to someone and then like find termites and be like, oh, hey, you guys got termites in here?
You know, I haven't personally run into that in a long time.
Really?
Yeah. But not saying we don't, you know.
Right.
Solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, hey, good luck.
Thanks, bro.
It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
If they're home, we'll go see. I'll go knock on the door.
I have no idea where he's at, man.
Right. Oh, yeah, I just have granola bars in my pocket, so that's what's up. Okay. Cheers, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. You'll have a good day.
Well, I know there's a piece of metal in here because I took it out. But I hit a chunk of it, so I just decided to go ahead and take all the bark off of it. Next time you use the speed saw, yeah, no kidding. I know, both hands on the bar. It's gonna be a few bears climbing a tree. Right now it just looks like a tree in a tree. So we did take the bark off because it kind of gives you a false reality of material. So like when you're carving, you see like the thickness through here. Imagine if that was like the tip of an ear, and it'll fall off eventually. So we'll go ahead and strip it. And I lied to you, it's not oak, it's definitely maple. So it's gonna go slow, but it's gonna go good. So again, I don't have my tripod with me today. I forgot it. Are you talking about mosquitoes? There ain't none out today, so fortunately, that's good. You can start to see. I started to cut the head of the cub in here. It's gonna be a lot smaller, and we're gonna try to orient his head towards the porch over there. So I think I'm gonna bring his body, kind of wrap it around. I'm gonna bring one paw up. Um, the hardest struggle with these is just finding the right angle for the scaffolding or the ladder in this case. So let's put some tanks into it and see what happens. Alright, so we're making some progress. A little bit of a fight figuring out what to do with this head here. And the rest of it is trying to figure out what to do with the body. So originally I was thinking I kind of have his paw up like this. And I guess I still could, I don't know. There's so much room back here still. Back here that I could push it. Because the center line's going to be like a tree, right? So there's so much room. I can kind of wrap his body around this side over here. Which I might do that. So then, if you're looking at it from this side, get a little booty. Don't do what, man? Carve wood. But my other thought was to put his head or his hand kind of here. The problem is I don't want to go any further this way because I got to sneak another cub in over here. So I really need to push this body back. Which I can do. How's it going? That's the hard job.
I'm sure my boss has an amazing ability to stop one if it's wrong. Or if it even doesn't look right. Yeah, so.
Make sure everything's good then, huh?
Yeah.
We're making a little progress.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out where everything's going. It's the roughest it's going to look at the beginning part of it.
Oh, so. You can leave all the pieces. I'll use them for firewood.
Okay. Well, I'll stack them nicely or something always. So we'll have the one cub over this side. I think the body's going to kind of be turned around the back side. And then the other cub on this side here. And the one on the bottom. Okay. And a little tree.
I'm just envious. I can't draw flies.
Well, I can't do it. Saw my sketches. They're terrible.
My father is very artistic. And my sister, that's what she does for a living.
Really?
She's a trained, schooled, and she teaches art class.
Oh.
She does those big murals you see on the side of buildings.
Yeah.
She does that kind of thing all the time.
That was my most influential teacher, was my 5th grade art teacher. I had a lot of energy as a kid.
Yeah. Didn't we all?
Yeah. I couldn't sit down for nothing, so she was able to kind of use the art to anything I did with my hands. I was always like, you had my 100% attention.
Shop class?
Yeah, our shop class kind of sucked.
Nowadays, they haven't had serious shop classes in a long time.
No, we did. We just messed around.
We did. I mean, we had you had to do certain things and stuff. So, coming along, roughing it in.
How are you doing?
Good.
That is so cool.
Oh, well, thank you. It's getting there.
Long way to go.
Hard wood.
Yeah.
Pretty color
Last
inside.
Yeah, it is pretty color inside, isn't it?
Well, that big white oak down that they cut down, one of my neighbors down there has the lathe and cars.
Oh, yeah.
You think you got a couple of pieces of it. It was really wild on the inside.
You never know what you're gonna find.
No, you don't. Well, I can tell you, I planted that tree, so you're not going to find any Civil War bullets or cannonballs.
I have found like glass transistors. I have found like old bullets. We had one night, a couple Blackhawks and Slugs actually, which was weird. So it was like, they were in formation, and because it is a little airport by the shop there, and they'll do like touch and goes. And man, that made me just feel like the most patriotic thing.
Glasses on. Indy.
How long was the drive?
Well, I had to go from here to Nashville. It's about 4 hours from Nashville to Indy.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's all I-65.
Really?
Yeah, so you get on I-65 and it's, you know, it's like 200 to Louisville, give or take, and another 150 to Indy from Louisville.
It's a little further than that. I mean, it's still a good drive, but do a flyover. Look how low they are.
Oh, they are incredibly low.
They're almost making eye contact with the pilot.
Yeah. I mean, you see the cars are all on their parade lap. They're lined up, you know, three. There's 73 of them. So, just pace with the cars.
What a picture.
And that's not even a few minutes before that, and I don't know my jets, 4 F something or others flew from the north to the south over us. Just, well, we were sitting with we were down in the stands, so we didn't hear them coming, but they went out and circled while the choppers came in. Then after the choppers moved out, they came in from the east to the west and flew right over our shoulders. And just, whoa, we're like, holy shit. I mean, it happened so fast, I couldn't get a picture. I think Keith might have, but it was...
It makes you feel so small, doesn't
it?
Yeah. They could just destroy all of us here right now, you know. We wouldn't even know it.
I know one year we went, I can't remember if it was 11 or maybe it was 5. They had a B-1 bomber came in, and we could see, we were sitting, now that's been 05, because we were sitting on the second, turn 1 that year. So we were looking north, and I could see them, the bomber way off in the distance, circling. And it came his time, and he came in and just, it's the Indy 500.
Yeah.
You know, they
go all out.
They go all out.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, I was up at Douglas Dam a couple weeks ago. Actually, I'm not recording right now. But there was I could see like these 4 jets flying. And I like zoomed in as far as I could. And then I asked AI like what planes they were. They said they were F-16s.
I don't know my jets.
I don't know either. I was Armored Cavalry Regiment, so we were on the ground with tankers. Bradley's is what I was.
I got a buddy that's a huge aviation guy. He can tell you, and sometimes, like during football season, you know, home games for UT, they'll have flyovers, and they'll come in and practice. You know, I'll be out here on Friday or maybe Saturday morning or something, and something will fly over, and I'll call Bruce and say, hey, I just flew over. You know, he lives in Farragut.
Okay.
So I'll tell him something's headed your way, and he said, yeah, that's Keller knows.
He probably watches all the maps and stuff.
Yeah, he's got his finger on the, he knows. So,
there's an app, I can't remember the name of it, kind of like your boats.
yeah, I've got.
You can track all the flights, what names they are.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many planes you can track.
Oh, I know.
It's insane.
I remember back during 9/11, they were talking about how many planes were in the sky and how many people were in those planes. And it was like a million people in the air every given time. And there's about four little kids, so I know they're going to.
She walked over.
Yes, she,
That was kind of weird.
oh, well, yeah. The blonde lady lives at stage one.
Okay.
But, yeah, they're gonna be over here getting their picture taken with us when you get done, I'm sure.
It's fun, especially kids, to see them get fired up and excited.
Yeah, that'll be a big thing for them when you get it done. So. Besides my three, we haven't said anything tonight. We haven't said a thing to them.
Oh yeah, them too.
Yeah, it's a surprise for them.
That's cool. Do you want on like the paws? I have an idea for the bottom one, but on these ones climbing, like do you want like a paw kind of like this with the initial on it, or do you want like a foot hanging down with the initial on it?
The foot is either one's fine, but the foot. One of my granddaughters has a freckle on the bottom of her foot, and so we, since she was wee tiny, I'll grab her foot and act like, sorry.
Okay, which one is that? Is that
Sorry.
C?
The middle one.
Okay.
C.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a. Yeah, if you could. Maybe what we could do, just use brown paint, I guess, and put a little freckle on the bottom of her foot.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do a pad.
Okay.
Let's see, and I'll do the initial, and I'll come up with different colors for little feathers and stuff. Do you want like A, B, and C? Or do you want C?
They weren't born in that order.
Right.
So
Okay.
they were born B, C, A.
B, C, A.
Yeah. But I call baby C.
Yeah.
They don't know. They're getting to the point. The oldest, understands, but but they're all Brooklyn, Charlotte, and Austin. So they're all named after cities.
That's cool.
My geographic grandfather, I don't know where it came from, but I know they didn't name them those names because of it, but that's what I call them.
That's cool. Well, when we get them done, they'll all have a personality. And you gotta pick which one you want which.
Okay.
We'll get to that point. So, like, we got a long way to go.
Yeah.
This one, right there.
There's
That's small.
a big, I don't know if you looked at the radar.
I checked, it said like 2 or 3 o'clock, something like that.
Well, here's what's in Middle Tennessee at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Going over Nashville.
Okay.
So just
We're just getting hammered.
yeah, that's what's supposed to hit us late this afternoon.
Okay. Well, hopefully I can get the chainsaw part done today, at least before that. And then tomorrow do the detailing.
Get some of it done.
I'm not. The chainsaw part in the rain doesn't scare me at all. It's just a handful, but don't want them to get ruined. So
Sure.
we'll just keep running until whatever happens. It's nice and cool. At least the sun ain't killing it.
You're not getting cooked.
The last
The weekend was sunny and
when I was out in
it was
Kodak
nice, but
a couple weeks ago, the tops of my palms got sunburned.
oh,
It was all blistered. I was like, what are we doing here? So it was 90 something degrees at their house. And I'm allergic to walnuts, so I had like whole face mask going on, long sleeve shirt. I was sweating. I was sweating. And that's what it was, I think, more than anything, is I went to take the bark off the bottom, and like my whole face, in between where my hat and glasses and mask were, like all broke out.
did you know that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was a little concerned about it. I wore that mask the whole time, though, and it was so uncomfortable. And last time I messed with it was like 10 years ago, and I was sanding a table, so my face was right in it.
yeah.
I had to go to the hospital. It was terrible.
I'm allergic to. I have allergy to bug bites, like big ones.
Yeah.
So I keep EpiPen and those things handy. I've never had to use it, but when I was a
Nice
teenager, I
little
almost
adrenaline
got.
rusher.
Do what?
Nice little adrenaline rush if you need it.
Yeah. But I almost died back when I
Oh,
was
my
about 18. Got bit by fire ants
Fire ant.
on my ankles cutting the grass, and I sat down and just I pulled my pants off and sat down and just watched my legs turned red as the poison in the bloodstream just came up and up and up and up and up and up. And my mother had to rush me to the ER, and they gave me the epi. That's what they did, is they just gave me that. And everything. My head swelled up. It was amazing. I mean, I looked at myself and I, oh, crap, I didn't know it could even. So, she says that's the closest she came to losing one of us.
I've been toward my hands before, not like that. When I was a kid, my grandma had a dish and it flooded or whatever, and I remember running through. I was probably 8 years old. Like these big red things. Like, oh, what's that? And I'm running through this water in the bush. The ants, they all like congregate on top of the water.
Yeah, they get together. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And that little ant, that one little ant, will light you up.
Fire ants.
God, it hurts so bad.
If you've ever tangled with fire ants,
Oh, it hurts.
There's a reason they call them fire.
Yes. And one little bite is just, one of them hurts.
One,
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing. You might end up with a crowd out here. I'm sure it's happened.
Oh, yeah. It took a little bit to find, yeah. Now we got basic shape, we can start.
Yeah, you have to rough it in first, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And start doing the detail.
We'll get pretty close with the saw. I spend a lot of extra time on the saw. I'll use it as a grinder more than anything else, you know?
Yeah, I watched some videos online. I look at your Facebook page quite often, just to see if you got anything posted. But it looks like a large part of your business is the people carrying the ones you can carry away.
It is.
Not these.
Like I said, up until recently, we just had this influx of on-site carvings. We were crazy busy a couple weeks ago. The last couple weeks, and I think a lot of it's the rain, but it slowed down a little bit, so it does this. Now that school's officially out, it'll start going.
Picking back up.
Yeah, it'll be wide open again.
Yeah, that's neat. I think that's a great way to make a living.
Man, it's a blessing for sure. We got orders for the next 6 months, it seems like. So. We're gonna make a jackalope.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I have one.
Yeah.
I have a real one downstairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hanging over my desk there. Sure do.
Yeah, the cabin's name is Jackalopia.
I know about jackalopes.
So we're doing, it's actually going to be on an oak tree.
My dad used to go to Wyoming every year with a friend of his, couple of friends, deer, antelope, and elk hunting.
Yeah.
So, like the first year he ever went, he brought back a mounted jackalope head.
Wow.
So
That's cool.
that's like 1968, somewhere in there. So,
Where was that at?
what?
Where was that at? Around here?
Well, we lived in Kansas City back then, but
Kansas City.
they would go up to a place outside of Casper, on the west side of Casper.
Okay.
A friend of theirs had, I don't remember how many sections he had, but he had 10 or 20 sections, and then he leased more from the government. And he raised cattle and sheep, and I went one year. I went in 72, October of 72. But I was on the road. We had a big meeting at work. We all flew to San Antonio one year, and
Were you doing the same line of work?
yeah, same company. And Buddy and I went out walking around one evening, just checking out downtown San Antonio, the river walk and all that stuff. And across the street from, almost across the street from the Alamo was this shop that had weird stuff.
Okay.
They had all sorts of stuffed armadillos in various poses, but they had jackalopes.
Yeah.
And so I bought a jackalope and mounted jackalope to the wall, and I've had that ever since. Yep.
Yep. They're great.
So yes, I'm very familiar with jackalopes. That's cool though that somebody down here would.
Yeah, they're from
They must.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
This one's gonna be kind of cool. It's gonna be coming out of a burl, and then I'm making these like LED silicone mushrooms, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. The antlers I'm gonna weld, make out of metal, and we're actually using a foam base for the carvings, and it's gonna go up on a tree and kind of welcome everybody when they walk into the house. Kind of fun.
Cool.
So, yeah,
That's cool.
a little different.
Yeah, definitely around here. You
Sure.
can convince people around here that they actually exist.
Yeah. I hadn't hit that metal yet. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, at least it's just a little tiny. It looks like it's just a little piece.
Yeah, I think I can get right behind it. Yeah, it's time for a new blade anyway, so I just used it to take all the bark off.
Your sawdust you're generating is a little smaller.
Sir?
So the sawdust you're generating is a little finer.
Yeah. Yeah, the saw's bouncing pretty good. But I didn't sharpen the chains. I brought the new one, so this one should throw a little bit more chunks.
This neighborhood has a lot of big trees in it. Since I got so conscientious about big trees this year, I just kind of taken note in the neighborhood. There's some big trees in this neighborhood.
A lot of old growth, huh?
Yeah. There's a couple of white oaks. I think there's a lot of white oaks in this neighborhood. And there's a couple over there, in the neighbor behind us. Man, if they go down, there is nowhere for them to go that's not going to do damage.
Yeah, because they're a lot taller than you think when they start coming down.
Well, the guy across the street, there's a whole line behind these houses across the street.
It's all oak.
And yeah, it's all big oak and hickory. And it's been 10 years ago, we had a storm come through and a couple of them blew over on this guy's house.
Oh, goodness.
Now, we face the west pretty much, so all that stuff comes right at us.
Doesn't. I'll send to the shop. It always comes. Right behind the shop, you can watch the storm roll in. There's a little valleyway that the wind always blows that way. The storms always come in that way. We'll get crazy winds at the shop there.
There'll be a lot of rubberneckers. What's he doing? What's he carving?
That's the fun part.
Yeah. You'll just have to wait and see like the rest of us.
There's I guess a kid selling something bug control or something.
If my wife had her way, you'd be carving a Bigfoot. But
Oh, really?
yeah, she loves Bigfoot.
Really? That's cool. What got her into Bigfoot?
You notice I got some Bigfoot
That's
kind
awesome.
of decorate. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's her.
That's cool.
That's her.
They do a big festival every year in Townsend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's never done that, but they have one in in Gatlinburg too.
At the convention center?
Yeah, she's been to that a couple of times.
Okay.
Not lately, but
All right, so we got going through some of these old questions. What's all running today? I'm using my MS-182s. I brought my 550 XP chain super dull. Thank you, St. Galveston, Kevin. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I'd love to have your talent. Man, you just gotta start. Anybody can do it. You just gotta start. What kind of wood is that? We're working with maple today. What's on the playlist? Man, I found these this like heavy metal worship music. That's pretty fire today. You know, I was just listening to Creed. Baron on a Mapler. French corrector. Bear on maple. Yeah, there's gonna be a few of them. Thank you, Kevin. 9202. St. Gilles. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hopefully I am. Thanks, brother. We got a long way to go, but it's coming along. So that's one of 3 cubs we're doing. We kind of had to fight it to fit it in there, to make it go in there. So All this is going to be cut back. I'm going to put another cub over here, kind of down and around, and then another one down at the bottom here. So I was making a lot of little cuts, just slowly figuring out how everything's going to fit on there. So everything's a little two-dimensional on the back side here. And it's going to be a little branch coming off the tree. All this is going to disappear underneath them. And this leg, I got to kick way over. But I'm going to stop on the back side. I'm going to take a pause here, because I want to see where this other little cub is going to come into play. I know there's a little piece of metal hanging out right here, so I'm going to cut it underneath that. Hopefully miss that completely. This other cub, because I want the tree somewhat straight. I don't like it when they're super curvy, so I'll bring another cub. I think that's the best thing to do, because it's wide this way, so we can run it around. And then we'll cover the bottom. I don't have my tripod. I forgot my tripod today, so the camera angles are a little bad. Thank you, Copper Cave. We got a long way to go, but it's starting to figure its way. It's starting to figure its way. It's been fun so far. But let's see. I'm gonna have to poke this in for a little bit. Fortunately, it's a little cloudy. They're calling for some rain later. Get it to scale. Hello. I'm trying to make this work. We'll see if I'll hang out there for a minute. Alright, so we're making progress. I figured I'd hook up the mic for a minute while I was studying. I need a little lunch break. I'm trying to figure out how to do, not how to do, but how this other is going to fit in here. The bottom one I have an idea of like kind of coming through the log. Might have made this one a little big, like a little tall this way per cub. But the 3 cubs represent their 3 grandchildren, so this could be the oldest. So the tree's gonna come here. Obviously, there's a little branch coming off this side where he's sitting on. I might do we got a lot of material this way, you know. So I might make like some paws come here, kind of like it's like this with another little branch coming off in the body, like wrapped around. So we can come in right here, put the head here, kind of like this, if that makes any sense. So that's kind of an idea that I'm fondling with. That's not a good word for that. But you know what you do? You just start, and it'll make its way through. So I can see you're overanalyze, overthink the whole thing, and but I think we got a little rain in the forecast here in Nevada. What time it is now? It's 1 o'clock. Here in the next hour or two. There's a big storm coming through Nashville right now, so. Let's just have some fun. I like that I'm not having to be on the ladder, but like that's what slowed me down so much in the beginning. I'm always trying to figure out how to get that in like the best position. Because when I'm carving right here, I can walk all the way around. I can bend the way I want to, and without like scaffolding set up, which I didn't bring because I'm like, what do I need it for? For like, I'm probably sure this got a little step stool. That would have been fine, but we made it work. Well, let's fill it up. We'll take a swig of some Kirkland Energy, which has been my favorite energy drink lately. Because it doesn't make me all feel weird and jittery. All right. Yeah, little carving chain I got set up. It's actually cutting through it better because a little thinner chain. I'm gonna put the phone back in the charger. And let's create one more cub.
Ah, crap. It's on my desk. Yeah. I forgot about it.
No, I didn't. And I looked at it this morning. I was gonna try to do it real quick, and then I was running a little later than I wanted to. So, but it's sitting there on the desk, like underneath that AC thing, I think. Let me know. Love you too. Alrighty. Love you. Bye.
Oh.
Should burn pretty good.
What?
Should burn pretty good.
Yeah. We've got a rather small fireplace inside, so
Inside or out back?
no, it's inside.
Inside.
So small stuff does really well.
Got a little fire pit in the house.
I got one of those little portable fire things.
Oh, that's cool.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be portable. Either one of the two. One of the three.
Yeah, ours
It's alright, but when you're burning like 1,000 of those little brush, I trimmed a bunch of trees in the yard.
Yeah.
Seems like it takes forever.
I come from a long line of firebugs.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, my dad built fire pit wherever we lived.
Yeah, that's how we,
Well, excuse me, let me back up. My dad built them, but guess who dug the hole?
I understand how that
There
goes.
are pictures of me digging.
I understand how that goes. I still to this day don't know if I'm holding the flashlight right, you know?
How long did it take you to figure out the difference between a Phillips head and a flathead?
Well, the second time it hit me.
Yeah. And all the names of all the other tools.
Yeah. It took me a while.
No, damn it, I said.
Crescent ring.
Right.
This was the crescent ring a couple days ago.
Like that old joke, I thought my name, until I was 12 years old, I thought my name was Jesus Christ.
Looks like it might spit for a minute, but it Doesn't say it can hang out very long.
What's that?
It looks like it might fit for a minute, but radar says it might not hang out very long.
Yeah, that heavy stuff.
I feel like I check it every 30 minutes and it tells me something different.
I've learned that I've had, living on the side of a hill, I've had to adapt. So, when stuff is not level,
Yeah.
so when he was cutting this off, cut the top off and cut a great big piece. And so I repurposed it. I put it over there and put the water, the burn back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they just perfect
Yeah.
to level it up. So.
It looks like a piece of watermelon kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
That's all, like our first cuts. It's very similar. Apart
Yeah,
from there.
like that.
That's bigger, obviously.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if my woodworking neighbor down here might want some pieces with this.
So you wouldn't mind it. I don't know what he makes.
I don't either. I've not been in his shop.
Can you help with that?
No, I'm good. Room the corner. They got sharks too.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I grew up with someone who smoked cigarettes since he was 12.
Oh, really?
Believe it or not, it didn't kill him. Something else did. He tried.
It's one thing I gotta Done it in a while.
Yep. I never did. I got into cigars.
You know, I got a boot
I grew up with an old family member who smoked cigars, and I just really liked it.
I do too. I still puff one every now and then. I got a couple of shots. Usually when I'm golfing, I'll bring a cigar with a buddy.
That seems to be rather common.
Don't it?
I don't golf, but I know a lot of golfers.
I don't golf well. We just go out there. We don't keep score, you know. Yeah. We're not good. We'll hit a good shot, then we'll keep score, then we realize, oh, that was just a 1 out of 1,000.
I did that once. I had to go on a company outing, and it was a par 3 hole,
Huh?
and I did it in 2. And I was like, how the hell does that happen?
That's what keeps you going.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we do okay. I'm well. I'm not even gonna say that. Where we at battery was. I have a tripod and all kinds of stuff for the phone to get on, but the one thing I left at the shop today.
Oh.
So,
No, I'm trying to stay out of the way. When I was 14, I got a job with a builder, actually because Mom and Dad bought a new house from him. And he had this kid that did this stuff for him, but the kid had an accident with a lawnmower and got laid up. So he needed somebody ASAP, and I just happened to be Johnny on the spot. But he built houses, and you know, his carpenters and electricians and everybody would come in every day, and there'd be a big mess when they left. And my job after school was to clean out all these houses, all that stuff out of there every day. So that was what I did. I was the guy with the broom and the shovel at the end of the parade, and then I had a tractor and a little trailer, and I just put it in the trailer, and he'd dig when they were digging the foundations, he'd have the guy with the bulldozer dig a big hole, and I just dumped everything in the hole, and then he'd fill it in when he was done. When they were done, every once in a while, oddly enough, that hole would catch on fire, and he'd blame it on neighborhood kids because you burn it up.
Of course,
it couldn't, but somehow it would catch on fire. I didn't ask. I just
might have been lightning or something. You never know.
Yeah, spontaneous combustion.
Yeah.
I didn't ask. He was good to me.
When I started carving, I call him my uncle. He's not my blood uncle, but he's my family.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I was the shop donkey is what they called me.
Yeah, that's good.
I just picked up scraps and cleaned up and made sure everybody was set up for what they needed.
Yep.
It was like kind of like an old school tattoo studio vibe.
The great thing about Mr. Taylor was, he said he paid me $2 an hour. Back when minimum wage was $1 an hour. I was getting $2, and he said, "You keep track of it." So I never. And then my dad started helping me on weekends, and Mr. Taylor would call. He had a car in a phone in his car back when nobody had that. That was back in 1970.
That was big time.
It cost him a bundle, and he would call, and myself and my dad, and he said, "I'll be by at 7." So he'd come by, pick us up, and take us out to breakfast. And he'd say, "You're on the clock, Scott. You're on the clock." So, you know, I never inflated my numbers, and then for some reason he thought I was overworked, and he hired this other kid, and he didn't last long because Mr. Taylor figured out he was inflating his numbers. So, but I had more money when I was in the 8th grade than I think I do now.
Man, yeah. A lot less bills anyway.
Yeah, oh yeah. I got to put most of it in my pocket.
Yeah.
So I bought my first mini bike and everything else.
That's what I did in 8th grade too. I bought a mini bike. I raised a pig for auction, and Dad asked me what I wanted to do with the money. I was like, I want to buy a mini bike.
Yep.
That little 2-stroke 50cc.
That's how we all started.
Yeah. I gave that thing so much hell. I wrecked it so much. I loved it.
Did the chain come off?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Never could get that damn chain to stay on.
Yeah.
Very long. Yep, I had the bug. That gave me the bug. I rode until a couple of years ago, and then finally gave it up.
And my dad was a motorcycle sheriff growing up.
Oh, Motorman.
You know, he was actually they do in Daytona, they do the police Olympics every year.
Yeah.
There's a silver medalist and a bronze medalist. He got second. He missed it by 1/10 of a second for first place. Where they do the obstacle courses with the
Yeah.
cone. I mean, just barely missed it. And then third, they give you like a distance, and whoever does it the slowest.
Yeah.
So you would just, and he taught me how to ride. And they used to do the parades down in Fort Myers. Thomas Edison and Henry Ford had a winter home.
Yeah.
Where we lived. We lived in the neighborhood there. So they would do the Edison Festival of Lights, and so the police bikes would all do their thing.
Yeah.
And
That's cool.
he would be the one standing on the seat, going down the road. Like, he was a good rider. Good
I
rider.
don't know what happened, but the Indiana Highway Patrol has a group of motormen who do that acrobatic stuff, synchronized, and they usually do it before the race, 500 every year, but they didn't do it this year for some reason. Maybe it was the weather or something, I don't know, but I've always enjoyed watching.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's like Blue Angel kind of, it's all.
They would like their practice rides. I mean, they had Harleys.
Oh yeah.
And they would take them off road and all their advanced driving courses and stuff. So growing up, like he would teach me how to ride, and he would teach me those things. And when we would ride together, we'd go to a red light, whoever put their foot down first had to buy lunch, you know. So we'd constantly just be like challenging each other. But I haven't rode in a while. My buddy just bought a bike, and he's like, "You gotta get another bike." I'm like, yeah, I know. Maybe. I got a 1973 Honda CB750 chopper.
I had a 550.
Did
Had
you?
73 or 4.
Okay.
550 that was bored to 680.
Fun bike.
Yeah.
My first bike was a 74 CB750, so I've always had like a soft spot for him. But it needs not completely gone through. It's been.
The bike I sold 2 years ago, my last one was a 750 Aero, 750 Shadow version.
Yep.
With I put luggage, I put the side pods on.
Yeah.
I put a windshield. I didn't go all out. I just kind of went semi, and the shaft drive, water cooled.
Solid motor.
Being as short as I am, I needed something that sat low, and it was great. I loved it.
I used to have
Overnight, he's not even done yet.
That's freaking amazing. I live right up the hill, and I was driving home the other day, and I was like, I hope they do something cool with that stuff. And man,
That's
you
what
just made that is so great. That's gonna be gorgeous.
It's coming along.
The neighbor's gonna love that. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's awesome. It's gonna be a bear. It looks like that's gorgeous.
3 bears.
Right.
Yeah, I bought this bike in 05, September of 05. And
Okay.
I got rid of it a couple of years ago, and it just got to where it wasn't any fun.
Yeah.
You're
Always.
you couldn't just go out for a cruise because everybody's on their phone. Nobody's paying any attention to.
Yeah, it was.
And I got grandchildren, and I decided I needed to stick around. Wanted to see how they. Wanted to see them grow up, and stay around as long as I can.
Well, that chopper I got, it's 8.5 foot long.
Well,
It's an old chopper build. It's a good frame. It's like a California Works frame. I bought it from the middle of nowhere, North Carolina.
wow.
And
Was it running when you bought it?
yeah,
Kinda.
this guy, he was just an old country boy. And whatever he had laying around to make something work, that's what he did. Because all the wiring's underneath the seat.
Yeah.
Lift the seat up, which he made from the sheet metal. There's no rear shocks,
Oh, hardtail kind of thing.
hardtail. Nope, the front brake. Like, I mean, it was. Anyway, with the wiring underneath, I was looking at it, and he needed a wire about this long. Well, he didn't have one, I guess, because he had 8 connectors in this thing where he like snipped them and put them together. I was like, wire's the cheapest thing in the world, man.
Yeah.
You know, like, you can get that anywhere.
Just got to go into town and get it.
No kidding. So I started to like, maybe I should go through this a little bit more. And then I put new tires on it, and the rear support for the rear brake goes through that battery box. But when I put the tires on, I guess a wire got pinched or something. Things got burnt up. That was actually 4th of July a few years ago. So it's been sitting there ever since. The clutch needs to get gone through, the carburetors, you know, it's got ignition points, so I get that, throttle cable, like the whole thing. I mean, fortunately they're pretty simple,
Yeah.
the old bikes, you know, but
Yeah.
I just hadn't had any time to do it, so.
Yeah, I started with the mini bike, and then up to a Honda 100, and then SL 350,
So cool.
and
Such beautiful bikes back then.
oh, they were.
Oh,
And Honda was all CB,
Yep.
CL, and SL.
Yep.
And that SL 350 blue back 72, 73. Oh, it was just gorgeous bike.
I won
I'd like to buy another one. I'd love to have another one of those if I find somebody. But
Honda made
probably want 10 grand
I
for it.
know, yeah. Honda made a CBX, I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah.
6-cylinder, inline 6-cylinder.
Do you remember the 350 4-cylinder?
Yeah.
They did a 350 4-cylinder for a while.
And they made automatic ones too, right?
Automatic transmission?
350 and
Did
750.
they?
Yeah.
They were back then. There were all
Whatever.
these gimmicks. They were
Yeah,
trying.
yeah.
You know, Honda and Kawasaki. Kawasaki came really, came into things when they had that 750. I can remember what model they called it.
Oh, it's
It was the fastest production motorcycle in the world. They said.
I know what you're talking about.
And then they came up with the 900.
Yep.
And went to yeah.
The ZR or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
ZFR.
The only Kawasaki I ever rode for very long was the, what's it called? Green Streak 100. It was a
Okay.
dirt bike.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. I sold motorcycles for a while. I had 18 of them at one point.
Wow. I told my wife, if we ever hit the lottery, I'm building a big garage,
Yeah.
and there's 2 things I'm going to have. That's whatever motorcycle I want and whatever guitar I want.
That's cool.
And I don't play guitar, but my kids do. So
That's cool.
I love guitars. I just never learned. I took lessons for a while, but I don't have the time to practice.
I used to play drums, so I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't played in a while. But I've been wanting to get an electric drum set. Just to It's not the same as a real one, but they're so much better now than they used to be. At least I could play without like destroying the neighborhood, you know. The dog, like whatever. I've been itching to really start playing again.
My oldest plays bass, but his younger brother plays practically anything he picks up.
That's cool.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of these people that just, you learn the basics and he's able to transfer it
To everything else.
anything. He was in a band for a while and they played B.B. King's over in Nashville one night, and Judy and I drove over to see him. We got there a little late, and we walked in, and Keith's standing up there, and he's got a guitar on around his neck, and he's doing this with this hand, and he's playing a keyboard with the other.
That's great.
And I look at Judy, I said, where in the hell did he learn to do that? I don't remember him doing that before. What's going on here? So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't never that. I don't know. Like I said before, anything with my hands. When we moved to Tennessee, I didn't know anybody or anything, so I played trumpet and French horn and a little bit of drums in like middle school. So we moved up here. My dad had a little guitar, and I would just pick. But then I found drums. And I was like, oh, this is so much better, you know. I can just be loud and like beat the crap out of these things.
Yeah.
I played for pretty heavy for a while. Every day, I played for a few hours. For years, so got okay. I was able to play a few songs, you know, that were pretty cool, and it's just they're loud.
Well, I'm a music guy. I love rock and roll.
Yeah.
I've been going to concerts since I was a teenager, and
I bet they were so awesome back
still
then.
go to some of them, but they've just gotten so expensive, and just.
My dad would tell me going to AC/DC concerts. He told me he went to a Metallica concert in Fort Myers.
I know what he listens to. I've never been to. I was never a fan of. Well, Metallica was a little later.
Yeah.
Than my teen years, but I never really was a AC/DC fan. I wasn't a Rush fan, but I have become one in years since then. They were more my kid brother's band when he was in high school. I was, you know, I graduated in '73. The year of Alice Cooper, Led Zeppelin, Yes, Dark Side of the Moon, you know, David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, just all that stuff. So saw Led Zeppelin,
So cool.
May 13th, 1973.
Wow. How was that?
Oh, it was great.
Not bad.
It was the House of the Holy Tour.
Yeah.
It was, $5. $5, general admission. Sunday night, Mobile, Alabama.
Wow.
And we all just went in, and the lights went down, and then you heard that rock and roll. You know, been a long time. And then Jimmy Page hits that first chord, the lights come on, and you know, and it's just incredible. So I saw Almonds. I'm a big Almonds fan.
Yeah.
Saw them a number of times. Saw Pink Floyd once. That wasn't until '93. Yeah, Rolling Stones a couple times. And
Cool.
the Stones have a new album coming out next month.
Did it really?
I've already pre-ordered it.
Huh.
Foreign Tongue is the name of it. Foreign
Huh.
Tongue, something like that. So.
All
yeah,
new music, or?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So wife and I are big Yes fans. We've seen Yes 20, 30 times.
Oh, that's cool.
Met the band, met most of them. And I've collected autographs since I was about 10 years old.
That's cool.
So I try to, I've been able to track down many of these people over time. Probably my biggest fandom was Jeff Beck. And matter of fact, we saw him in September before he died in January. And he played in Knoxville in July of '99. And it was the second leg of a tour. And he did this big tour, then he took a break, and then he started in Knoxville. And we found out at inside sources that he came in early and they were rehearsing at the Civic Center. And me and a buddy went down there and couldn't get in, but we could stand there at the door and listen.
That's cool.
And then he was staying at the downtown Hilton, and he signed stuff for me and my buddy.
That's really
got
cool.
my picture with him. And yeah, it was. I mean, I've been a Jeff Beck fan since I didn't even know who Jeff Beck was.
Yeah.
You know, 1965, 66. So yeah. I've seen Clapton a bunch of times. Alice Cooper. Foghat, Skinner, Grand Funk. You just, you name them.
Pretty cool.
Over 50 years, you just, and I don't even go that much. I got a buddy that goes to everything.
Really?
He's a taper too.
Okay.
Best kind of buddy to have.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have them like y'all did back then.
No, and you could. We went and saw. I think this was Halloween Eve, 1977. We went. It was $5 pre-sale, and we saw a band called Montrose.
Okay.
Ronnie Montrose. His lead singer had just left him. He had a new lead singer, but his former lead singer was Sammy Hagar.
Huh?
That was Sammy's first real band.
Okay.
But Ronnie Montrose, the next band was Bob Seger, and the headliner was Kiss.
Wow.
All
That's a heck of a lineup.
All of that on Halloween Eve for $5.
My very first concert was Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan.
Oh, the one here out at Severe.
No, this was 20-something years ago. Down in Fort Myers, Florida. They did like a stadium tour.
Yeah, they played out at the Sevierville at the baseball stadium.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't go, but I know a couple of guys that did. I've seen Bob a few times. I've never seen Willie.
Yeah, my grandma took me. Everybody was happy there, you know.
Judy and I took my kid brother to his first concert in Nashville, 1979, something like that. November 78, 79, we took him to see Queen.
That'd be a cool thing.
They played Municipal Auditorium on the, all that jazz or jazz.
I bet that was a good show.
Yeah. Saw that. Yep. Yeah, we went and saw, a few years ago, we went and saw Jeff Beck at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville. It was John, I think her name was Deborah Bonham. She came out first. It was John Bonham's sister.
Okay.
Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And then Ann Wilson of Heart.
Yeah.
And then Paul Rogers of Bad Company and Free. And he was incredible. Had a great band. And Jeff Beck was the headliner. But we walked around before the show, and they had reproduced big images of tickets for all these concerts over the years.
Wow.
And Judy and I just walked around looking at them going, we were at that one, we were at that one,
that's cool.
we were at that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. She went to, the one she really got excited about is before I knew her, 2 months before we met, she had gone to see Marvin Gaye.
Okay.
There.
Yeah.
And she went and saw Sly, she saw Bee Gees. Yeah. We were both concert people.
Oh, perfect.
I remember the Eagles for $7.50. Now it's $750.
The last concert we went to in Knoxville was $600 for the two of us.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's concert prices, tickets were.
Well, then it took us 3 hours to get out of Knoxville. I was like, I'm doing this again.
That sounds like the Indianapolis race.
Was it?
Yeah. Getting in there is one thing,
Yeah.
because people come in during the course of
That makes sense.
6 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
350,000 people. Then they all want to leave when it's done, and then yeah. It's quite an ordeal.
You gotta have some patience there.
Yeah. We they have a shuttle service where you can park at the airport and take school buses and they just shuttle people in and out. But even that takes some time. So
not a big traffic guy.
I'm not either.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
And I spend a lot of my time in the
That's,
car as I travel a lot.
well, traffic from Cerebral to Knoxville.
Oh yeah.
Usually everybody's, well, I guess that's opposite. But going into Cerebral, not too careful. I got the shop about 6, but that's what 7 actually. I at this point,
Yeah.
it's so much out of it.
I hate traffic.
Yeah, I don't like it. A lot of candle. Alright. It's weird. Appreciate it. Chain popped off, so I guess we could talk about what we got going on. I've been trying to figure out how to get this little dude in here on this one. So it's coming along. I had an idea. I've run out of like a branch coming off this that he's hanging on. So we'll see. But if I do that, I guess I can just put his other feet like on the tree. So I really need to come in through here and dig this out. Which I need to anyway, because I need to cut in this here. I can push him behind it. Push him behind his head a little bit more. Digging this a little bit deeper. And the bottom side I'm gonna flare. And I think we're gonna do a bear kind of coming through the log. So it's slow going. I'm just trying to figure out how everything's gonna get placed in there. And what's it is from hell, repentance sins. I praise him every day, brother. He's the reason why we're doing this. All right, let's see. I guess I need to figure out where that tree is going to fall into. Behind the bears. Both sides. And I guess I can make like maybe another branch coming off of here. Like he's kind of sitting on a little branch right there. Which might be the move there. So it's kind of a little bit of action. I got a little branch coming out here. It's gonna get cut behind. We'll bring the bear. Maybe sit on a branch over here. This will be a branch that he's sitting on over here. Grabbing a branch here. This is all gonna get cut away here. A little branch here. Alright, well, I'm gonna fire up the bigger saw and see what it does. Fortunately, that jam's getting dull, and I have other ones to put on there. What's the battery like? 38%? What?
When you finish for the day, we can just put this stuff in the garage.
Okay.
If you don't want it, so you don't have to live.
Yeah, that's fine.
Try to keep it out of your way so you don't trip over it and break an
Looks like
ankle.
it's about to drop out, but keep moving the time on it.
Do what?
So it looks like it's about to drop out, but keep
Yeah.
moving the time on it.
My radar says about 90 minutes.
Does it? Mine's at 2. Now it says 3 to 4 to 5.
Well, the weatherman this morning said. Most of the time we don't. Maybe a little sooner.
Let me